All right, what's up, y'all? It's 420. Happy April 20th, 2026. It's a Monday. Still waiting on some Iran US war conflict resolution. Still some uncertainty in the air. Up top, we're looking at the NQ chart, but I'm trading on MNQ, even though we're using NQ. Gives us a better picture of the big players and the contracts and such. Seems to work pretty well for me. So we got a couple things here. New template I'm playing around with. You kind of see at the bottom we have volume and then delta. And you can see we have some red and green candles. These are essentially order flow candles. Blue side is the volume. Red side is the delta. So we take a look at this order flow analyzer. What that shows is volume. In a profile. Could show it in a box. So we have our order flow. And then we have our deep print. And that's our delta profile. Put that in a box as well if you'd like. But basically what this is showing is the profile. And if you zoom in, you can see the aggressive buying and selling here and the total volume here. So we can start to see where there were some aggressive attempts by buyers and sellers, or where the most aggression was, as well as where the most volume was. So we can see aggression and volume, which is pretty cool. And we have these deep trade bubbles, big trade bubbles, which show us where big aggregated players stepped in. Now let's go ahead and show text. And minimum size, let's make it 3, 12. I like them a little bigger. All right, there we go. So now we zoom in, we can see how many aggregated trades were done in that area. So where one player placed a bunch of trades, in this case, aggressive buys, most likely. I mean, there's other potential possibilities, but it's selling pressure. Currently not in a position. It's a 5-minute chart, and we can see, zoom in a little bit, although there was more seller aggression here with some large contracts, it was still fairly balanced. but price did continue to move down. We've yet to retest that level. So we also had quite a bit of volume right here. So we could say that this level right here, probably starting right here, so we could likely see price return to, and sellers step back in to protect the area. Also, there's a little bit of a higher volume node right here. You can see that over here on the left on this daily profile. So the reason I put it here is because buyers got absorbed, and sellers actually stepped in, and we already broke the initial balance low. You can't see it on this chart. I don't have it on this chart, but I'll pull another one up in a second here. This yellow line here is the VWAP. You can see we bounced and stayed below the VWAP. And now we are at the value area low for the day. So it looks like we're going to continue lower though. So this little push here, if we break this low, I wouldn't mind getting into a sell stop. But before we do that, let me pull up my portfolio and you can kind of see what our day looks like so far. So we're in a 300K. We're down a few K on this account. I had an MAE violation that took about $900 of profit away from this account, but we're up 247 on the day. Still have quite a bit of drawdown. We have a little more than 2,000 in drawdown, so we still need to be very careful here. We had 7,500, so this one's going to be a long, slow grind. It's going to be a while before we if we take a payout on this particular account. We have another account this is a 50,376, 116 on the day, so we're above starting balance. 51,062, we're up about 100 there as well. This account is actually blown. It's just still showing up. I don't know because of the positive balance, but it's blown. We blew that eval. This eval right here is about a couple $100 from closing. This is the primary one I was trading today, but kind of just trading one account at a time. And we just passed another eval that you can't see on here that I need to load up. So we're going to have, at the moment, 4 accounts in one eval. We're trying to take this and we get up to 5 performance accounts on Apex. So pretty good there. So I think this is the short. Okay, right. We break this level, we take the short. Because here's our VWAP. Right? Here's our point of control. We opened up high and basically worked our way down, and we're currently under the value area for the session and below this shelf. So with that being said, on this eval, we're going to take one small contract and we're going to short right here. And we're going to put our stop above the VWAP. And we're going to take our profit at the low, which is about a 1-to-1. That's our goal for this trade. So we drew a Fibonacci with some intermediate levels. We put 30, 50, 70, and 100. we retrace back to the golden pocket. Bet you that's about 61.8. That's 61.8. And now we're having a hard time remaining in this value area here. Now we can definitely come back and repair here. We look at the, really we've only had one, working on our second, third swing down. I definitely think we can retest this this low. But we'll see. So let's get rid of this fib. So let's take a look at a different view. So this is a 5-minute view. I'm gonna pull up a 40 range chart, which is gonna look a little bit different. Let's go ahead and look at the same trade. So this is a 40 range chart, a little bit different view. Interesting here, when I look at this, I see a little bit different of a picture than I did on that 5-minute chart. What I kind of see on the short term is that we were in this down channel, then we broke out of it, we retested it. Now we are still making lower lows though, so it's pretty steep. So I still think we have downward pressure. This is just kind of a pullback. And if we take this swing right here, we pulled back to 50% of it. Or excuse me, pulled back to 626,640. Now I'm also going to pull up my Excala draw. We're going to look at what my plan was because I didn't review this morning. So before you place a trade, think about, remember, you're risking your hard-earned money and limited time resources. And when you are wrong, how much can you accept losing? So zoom in a little here. I think we can zoom in. So here's our plan. Key event references. We have all-time high 26K and 25,600. So I'm essentially looking for a deeper pullback. I'm looking for a pullback to 26,000 on the downside, or 25,600. So 26,000. All the way down here. So all the way down there. So the general gist was coming into the week, NQ remains in a higher price discovery. So let's look at that on a profile chart. I think it's right here. So we essentially, from the 13th all the way through the 17th, we crawled higher and higher and higher and higher. And to be honest, our last area of value was all the way down here, which is 25,400. And I said 25,500. So I would expect maybe 25,400. No, I said 25,600, which is this shelf right here. Or 25,800. But I would assume 25,400 is really the last value area. I mean, obviously I don't think we get there today. But if we can't continue to discover higher in the news about Iran and the conflict doesn't get straightened out, we could definitely return back down. Right now we're overextended on the 3-month 90-day profile, so we're outside of the value area for the 90-day. So at worst, or we could also find our way back to here, this value area low, as a first reference. Here we extend it up, tap back into the value area high, and continue to move higher. $26,500 could be another area. So we got a couple areas of interest. Might be a target area. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Right now we are a little bit underwater. It looks like there is some momentum to the upside, but not a ton. Okay, I think we need to change these candles. We want to make these candles represent volume. So when we make them wider, that shows that there's more volume in that candle. I like to see, we see on these pullbacks, there's lots of volume and then price rejects. But it was moving higher, right? So even with this negative delta, aggressive selling, sellers won here, but then we started to buy back up. Again, sellers kind of did not get rewarded here. Buyers stepped in, sellers are trying to defend once again. And you can see that it's at this area where we had a big seller or sellers step in, and we rejected right from that zone. Probably make it that entire, if I was to make it, I'd probably make it that entire candle right there. So that's kind of our resistance. So we're going to put our stop behind that zone, reducing our risk. Some of these other lines. So a couple different views to look at. So back to our analysis. We haven't had any meaningful pullbacks in quite some time. The main background, there's some variables. One of them is the escalation or de-escalation of the war. Right now, there's some indecision on that. There was some bullish optimism with the ceasefire, but right now there's all kinds of shit going on, and that doesn't look promising at the moment. But then again, they're both posturing. Both sides are posturing. We don't really know what's going on. There's earnings seasons where, for the most part, the tech companies, the Mag 7 and stocks, they were all doing pretty well from an earnings standpoint. So from a fundamental standpoint, NASDAQ S&P doing pretty well. We did make all-time highs on Friday. And then we have the commitment of traders positioning backdrop, which, let's take a look at that. Okay, so here's our commitment of traders. Open interest increased. This is through last Tuesday. It gets reported and sent out Wednesday, and the report comes out on Friday, so it's a little bit lagging. But open interest increased. And each one of these lines represent the week, and it looks like non-reporting entities, which is the smallest group, is slightly longer this week, or actually in a nutshell, they're still long, but a little bit less long. Commercials, which are hedging and other entities, they're a little bit more long. They're hedging to the long side. And then we have non-commercial entities. Let's pull this up. Who are a little bit more short. So slightly less long. Commercials more long than last week, more bullish, however you want to look at it. And again, non-commercials would be hedging, and then speculators, large speculators, reporting speculators are more short. So what you probably saw were these speculators getting squeezed out of their positions last week. That's kind of what it looks like to me. So that's our backdrop. So we have kind of a squeeze setup, I guess, because you have your large speculators and then your commercial participants and hedging entities hedging up and opening up positions to the upside, and we did have an increase in open interest, so that all makes sense to me. So that's our COT backdrop. And again, the three main things that we're looking at: escalation, de-escalation. This is kind of uncertain earnings season, pretty good earnings, and the positional backdrop. Commercial hedgers coming into the market last week, and speculators being pretty short, they kind of got squeezed out. So the positioning of commercial longs and earnings might end the last week's optimism of the ceasefire and the attempts to end the war and deal with this oil and energy situation and war situation. We can kind of see why we moved up to the upside, because two of the three variables are kind of leaning that way. NQ's definitely in higher price discovery right now. So we have an established higher value. We just keep creeping up. And now we're starting to finally see some resistance. The market is extended, right? Like as I said, even on the 90-day, we're outside of the value area for the 90-day period. And we haven't had the proper pullback, and then we have our levels. So that's kind of the idea, right? So above all-time high, continue to higher price discovery. That's not happening today. Failure at all-time high opens the door for rotation lower. That's kind of what we're playing. Hold 26K, higher auction remains intact. Lose 26K, increase odds of testing lower. Hold 25.6, pullback remains structurally bullish. That means we could get a move back up to the highs. Lose 25.6, the auction, higher auction begins to fail. So that's kind of it. All right, so let's come back to our other chart. So we're risking 112 of our profits for the day, 397. And let's draw a little intermediate volume profile. So interesting. We had it's pretty structurally, the delta profile is fairly similar. We had we'd say we had some buyers step in right at my entry. So this is a pretty significant level. And it's just a different view. So buyers kind of stepped in right here and got a little bit of aggressive. and that was at the value area low. Now we came back to test, and that's not of the day, but of this particular swing. All right, I put a volume profile on this particular swing that we're looking at. All right, and we could even put, honestly, I have to do it from here though. Put a VWAP there. Kind of creates a picture of we're consolidating between the VWAP of this swing and the VWAP of the previous swing, or actually the daily range. Let's take a look at let's kind of work our way up. Let's look at it on this other chart though. Let's take this 40 range. Things are gonna look a little tricky, but let's take this 40 range and turn it into a 30-minute chart. Looks a lot different. So we opened, made our low, retrace back to the VWAP before coming back down. But we had strong buying. And we're above the point of control on the 30-minute. So interesting view. Add some delta there. So a little bit of repair of this range happening. We could definitely get stopped out here. But we're banking on, I mean, how much more risk do we take on? We should probably put it back here. This would be fair to assume that we're going to come back and likely test the IBV high or low. All right, so didn't really take that into account. But we do have some downward pressure up here, so I think we're going to keep it right there for the moment at 144. We're going to risk 144 to win one. Interesting, 144. Look at that. All right. So now we're going to bring it down to a 15-minute. So 5-minute. – 1-minute. That zone right there is holding pretty well. Although the buyers are in control for the moment. Now the other thing we need to do that I haven't done yet on this chart is change the candles to be delta based. And now we can see the depth of aggression. Darker or more vibrant means, or deeper color means more aggressive buying or selling respectively. So not a ton of volume being traded right now. See if these buyers get absorbed again. We'll change this back to a 40 range. Okay, so if we take this as a swing right here, we are currently, it's a 786. It's a 786 right here, 78.6. All right, we're still respecting lower highs. If we break above the 786, I'm just going to get out and maybe look for another short up here if it sets up right. Like this level right here may actually be where we're headed. Because we sold off, never came back. A lot of times we come back to retest that area before moving down farther, but that was pretty strong. Same thing here. We never came back to tap into this zone. So, I mean, in all fairness, we could just be consolidating for the day. And these areas have never come back to be retested where we had lots of downward pressure. So that tells me the momentum is definitely to the downside. But buyers do have um, skin in the game right now. So I think it's fair to return our risk back down to 115. If we break above that level, I'm comfortable being wrong and losing that amount. But we do have some selling pressure stepping in. And we just broke through this little moving average momentum line, this effort. So we were coming up. Now it's starting to flatten out. Wouldn't surprise me to see us some of this shit is too much going on here. Return to this channel down here. But for the moment, look here, we made a higher high, tap back into about the golden pocket for leaving the previous range. It's interesting. We essentially created this swing, left that area, broke structure, came back into it, tapped into this area where we had strong effort in the past, continue to come up higher. Issue is we made a lower high. one 100% capable of getting, or we can get stopped out here 100% fairly easily. Looks like, you know, the price could go either way here. New York is at lunch, so I don't anticipate any major action until probably 11 a.m. my time, so 1 p.m. Would also say, let's see here. Let's look at a 1 minute view. Fairly similar in nature. So interesting. I should have honestly, like, I was looking at this, right? So you see this low volume node right here? Hence, that's why we have this area marked. That is, and then we have all of this selling pressure. I mean, it's pretty clear that that's the entry, right? So I entered way too early, right? I was really looking at, yeah, this was a bad entry, but that it happens. We got some buyers stepping in here. Pretty strong considering. So for the moment, we hold the trend line. We just got stopped out. So let's see. I'm still looking for a move to the downside here. Um, this would be a retest of the IBV low, which technically we left it. Came back, retested it, came back. Man, I'm still kind of, yeah, I'm still leaning short here. So, we're gonna likely re-enter into another short here. Issue is that we're really close to the point of control and we're above it at the moment, and it looks like we're doing some repair of this area. And we are starting to build a little bit of a base down here. So, and sellers got absorbed right here. So, and if we here, kind of in this up channel. for the moment. So kind of need to break out of this channel. We are holding below the VWAP, but we're right between the VWAP and the point of control for the session. So not the best place for an entry. So we have potential entry right here for a short, turning to the initial balance high, or excuse me, low, or have an entry here, returning to the value area high for the session. Kind of like this is my entry. Do we just grind up? Level looks good right here. Take another shot. It really doesn't look like the momentum is very strong to the upside. Let's take a look at what's happening on the crypto front. I'm not in a position right now. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. This is a 30-minute Bitcoin, little bit of consolidation. Okay, so selling pressure in the past hour and a half. Just a little tight on that stop, huh? Let's see here. I'm gonna pull up our 5 minute, our other view, just to get a different perspective. And it looks like we had some sellers get absorbed here. So right here, we got some buyers getting absorbed right here. So that's our battle. It's our battle right there. Looks like we did tap into this low volume node and rejected from it. Step in a little bit higher. Sellers got absorbed a little bit higher. About 7 more minutes and we should start to see a little bit more volatility kick in. Go ahead and clean this up. Might be able to scalp this little range here. So that's 13. That's a 22-point range. So if we look at, we had 11,000 in volume for this particular candle right here. So it's kind of what we have marked right here. We had 15,000 in volume for this candle right here. And that's where seller stepped in. What's interesting is that volume could have been higher, that sell volume, but I think it's right here. and below it, negative delta. Okay. So basically the point of control. So essentially right now, this is our no trade zone. Really low volume at the moment. So if we get back up to the VWAP area, and do we start to just dump here? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, starting to getting some downward pressure. We're going to go ahead and enter here. Taking profit back. Where we had some buyers step in last time. So a little bit of a momentum play here. See if it pans out. Our stop needs to be above POC. Excuse me, the value area. Excuse me, VWAP. What the fuck, man? Crazy how that opens up 2 single orders. Where are we taking this? Back to the value area low. So we're still in this little zone, as I was saying, this chop zone. Kind of entered a little early, right? We didn't leave that zone yet. So I bought the bottom. But I do like what I'm seeing. Starting to have more of a downward slope. So we'll just go with it. What I really see is from here to here is a lot of selling pressure. Technically, we should probably take this all the way back down to the low. Right. 175. Let's go with that. It's a little bit bigger move than I'm usually comfortable going for. If we target that 70%, seems fair. So risking 175 to win 230. Even if we take a loss, we're still doing okay for the day. So as marked, we do see a lot of buyers holding the price up. In that zone. as well as sellers. So this is our battle area, right? We got two big walls here where price is essentially trying to make a decision as to which way it's going to go. And I think it's unclear. It's unclear, but I am leaning to the probability of it continuing down to retest at least the value area low. We attempted to break out from the point of control, kind of moved up a little bit. It was a little, and we trying to break out above the point of control once again. Take a quick look. So the thing is, for the day, we already extended to the protection level of a general initial balance breakout. But we are having a hard time breaking through the VWAP. So kind of at a stalemate for the moment. We're going to see if there's buyers still up here, or if we're going to get some sellers push the price down again. I feel like some shorts are distributing, they're grabbing some liquidity. They're going to move the price down. Do I know that? No. Do I think that? It's probable. More probable. And technically, like, you can say, oh, should I put it up here? Oh, should I put it all the way up here? How much do I want to take on? Well, I don't want to take on that much. So we've already bounced off this low volume node once. We return to it. The more likely area would be here. So in that case, we need to stay pretty tight here. put in this line here for reference. This seems like the protection level. So we're going to reduce our risk a little bit. So now we're risking 130. And prices kind of rip back up a little bit higher, come back to test this trend line that we drew. It's dynamic resistance. Let's see what happens up here. Looks like buyers are stepping in, man. Some zeros print there. All right. Some all right, so that was pretty strong rejection. We get stopped out. We'll definitely find a place to re-enter. And we'll reevaluate the situation. But right now, buyers are kind of in control. There's some aggressive sellers who are getting absorbed, like right here, and prices continuing to move higher. Returning to an area where there were buyers in the past. If we hold this level, do we get a double initial balance break today, where we break both sides of the initial balance? Or is this just the pullback? All right, just the pullback. At the end of the day, this is about a, do we retrace 70% is the question. Well, we already, there's 50 and here's 70. Okay, so stopped out again. So I think our next attempt is up here. Our next short attempt is in this area up here. So buyers broke through that area. All right, so very interesting. So we already bounced off this level. So I'd like to see a little bit deeper of a retracement. Um, I kind of like this level right here. I think that's what I'm shooting for. Becomes green. I wouldn't be opposed to entering again here. Let's look at our other chart. Let's kind of get another view. Let's look at our 40 range. Just another 5 minute. Adjust this a little bit. The limit. All right, so we hit our first level. Of interest. We're going to see how it reacts here. Because we had a strong effort zone here. Do we break through it is the question. And we're in right here. We're going to go for a little momentum back down to the VWAP. Just a small little scalp here. So that was our level of interest. We saw this negative delta candle print. Price moved 12 points fairly quickly. Take a look from this 5-minute view. We should protect behind our level. I feel like we're going to come back and retest this wall right here. I feel like our target's going to be right here for this first one. We'll re-enter. We're going to lock in a little bit here at this retest of this area where aggressive buyers stepped in previously. All right. So we get a reaction at this trend line, and we just rip right through it. So let's see how far. This entire, that was a long swing. We came back to 50%. Okay. Aggressive buyers. So another way to look is we created this swing, right? And we just broke through it. We could tap back into 50% before continuing higher. So kind of feel like we could do this and then that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. All right, let's see. So tentative, I'm gonna hit the restroom, but just in case we get a strong move up here. That's because I'm on OCO. I see why. Let's get rid of that shit. Motherfucker. Why you like that? Be right back. All right, so that was a pretty strong move right there. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to give it some time. We're not going to jump too quickly. Let's go to our 40 range. All right, so we had lots of volume right here. Rejected. Grab some liquidity. Started to go back down, but we're still in this channel here. Get rid of some of these. Okay, we're still in this channel. And this is a zone where we saw some buying effort. It looks like that zone's getting mitigated. So sellers look like they're kind of in control. This might be where I just jump in. Oh, why this has so many? What the hell? What is this? Why is there like 5 of them? What the hell? What is that? Oh, I know what it is. All right, all right. We got some buyers. Lots of aggressive buying happening here. So we're still holding tight. So, am I happy with a $200 day? The answer is yes. But would make me even happier is a $500 day. We're just gonna wait for it. Not gonna force a short. So we tapped off the VWAP, session VWAP, rejected, broke back through it, retested, broke back through it, retested, broke back through it again. Yeah, you can see lots of green here, right? With volume. So not shorting right now. Gold news. Let's go just for news, Top Step X. I have no even. I've failed all these combines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two of them I turned into XFAs and I blew those as well. Okay, so let's see this. Trump, Iran deal will happen relatively quickly. Okay. The Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we're in with respect to Iran. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years and 1 day, the Korean War lasting 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days, the Vietnam War lasting, okay, whatever. I promised 6 weeks. They like to say that I promised 6 weeks, and actually, from military side, it was far faster than that, but I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not good as it could have been. I read the fake news saying that I'm under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. Under no pressure whatsoever. Although it will all happen relatively quickly. This is not my time is not my adversary. The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, straighten out the mess that other presidents left that didn't have the courage or foresight to do. Man, what a dick. Um, Weak and pathetic. What a dick. Traders all for who? Okay, dangerous Iran. I mean, I don't care if he's right. He's just a dick. Um, Results will be the same. My first time I built the great, whatever. Fucking guy. When was this? At 11:44, so 4 minutes ago. So, well, was that 11:44 my time? So it was 2 hours ago. That's my time, 11:44. So it just happened. Deal we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack. What a dick! Fuck it. Fuck this. Fuck. I can't even. I can't even like. I can't even fucking look at it, dude. It just tilts me. That's why I'm just looking at price action. This dude. Okay, so we broke through that zone, right? Technically, we cleaned it. So we returned to it. We did get a 1-to-1. We could have taken that little trade right there. All right, so this one would have been nice with the first tap into it. All right, we could have taken that all the way down. But now we're pulling deeper. That's why, even though I have this annotated as the level, I like the 70% retracement, which is in line with the value area. Obviously, it's the value area high because this whole swing, right? So 70% is right here. And the POC is migrating up slightly. So we don't really know what's going to happen, but clearly we're making higher highs. So make higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and then we continued to creep back up. So this is crazy, right? We have our first level here. Protection. But I think if we're going to get bearish here, we just broke structure here again. I would totally expect us to retrace to where we retrace before we continue to move higher. So long scalp could be in order here. Back to the high or to this 26,720 level. Little scalp on the way up to our short target. Let's open up another view just for fun, right? It's fun to try some new things here. Profile chart, no, price chart, see me, NASDAQ. So we're going to make this a 1 minute. Apply deep trades view. Very simple. In deep trades view, instead of 60, we're going to make it 100. So Excuse me. Green. So this is really tough. So I have these levels identified where sellers might step back in. Here's where buyers control since They were rewarded. Then sellers took control. They were rewarded. Sellers took control again. They were rewarded. Sellers took control again. Buyers, aggressive buyers were not rewarded. Now let's draw our fib. Man, right at 70%. How crazy. This time at noon. So it looks like we're getting that push back up. So I really like this 70% level for a lot of reasons. We turned it into support. This was prior to the open. So I think we returned there. It's also where sellers stepped in before. Draw a little more of a proper fib. 70.7. MNQ. That's why. There it is. So right at the golden pocket, the golden ratio is 61.8. Ooh, big seller stepping in right here. Oh, both buyers and sellers. Now we got a battle. Two big players bumping uglies. That's the 618. Patience, 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 patience. All right, so we worked our way down. Race back to 50%. Pulled back. Trace back to 61.8%. Where the VWAP's starting to flatten out. We still have a little bit of an upward slope to it. So we added speed of tape to show us momentum. We can also see that by how quickly the range bars are printing. US 12:13, 5 minutes ago. This will maintain Iran blocked until a deal is reached. Trump, the blockade on Iran will remain in place until there's a deal. Blockade is absolutely destroying Iran's economy. Trump claims Iran is losing 500 million per day under the blockade. Trump US military operations are going very well and that the US is winning the war by a lot. Senior Pakistan government source, Pakistan is confident it can get Iran to attend talks with the US. All right. So we're creeping higher. Looks like we might get filled on this short. See what happens up here. All right, big candle. Let's just look at. Okay, not a bunch of volume though. So our biggest volume candle was down here, where all these sellers got absorbed Buyer stepped in. So the point of control for move down and the swing back up here. Look at delta. These are all proper. So we had a strong move up. Sellers pushed it back down. Passive and aggressive buyers stepped in to absorb this selling pressure. So responsive buying and initiative buying at the value area low of this swing. And we're continuing to make our way up to the value area high. Keep eye on this fucking news, man. Trump, 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 Trump. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm probably not voting Republican next year. I'm unaffiliated. I haven't voted in multiple elections, but I think I'm gonna not vote for Republicans because like they're just letting this dude be a jackass. All right, it's not that maybe he's doing the right things, but he has no tact. He has no filter. He just brags, and it's all about him. And I'm really starting to get ticked off literally because of this jackass, right? So I'm just tired of him. I'm tired of the way he speaks, tired of the names he calls people. I'm tired that he's making everybody run around with their heads cut off because everybody's confused and fucking going mentally insane. Still too early. We're gonna let it hit our level here. All right, that's our level. We're gonna let it hit it. May not make it there, but we're gonna try. I'm willing to take on $100, half of my profits for a shot on a 1-to-1. So take profit minimum. $150 to make 100. Risking 104 to make 150. So I have about 30 minutes before I have to go do a training session in the gym. So So I have this client that she's older, energy levels are tough. She's definitely got some pain and things going on. So I'm very lenient on cancellation policies. I'm trying to get her back on track. So check this out. That's crazy. So sellers just got absorbed again right at this next level. It's like our levels are good. Like buyers are stepping in higher. Okay. This is interesting. We have sellers here as well. Buyers got rewarded here. Sellers did not. Sellers did not get rewarded here. Buyers have yet to be rewarded here. So there's no clear control. Well, buyers are in control, right? They were the last to get rewarded. Keep it simple. Like, there's nothing to say that we won't return to this. Stop loss is a better entry. So right there. 786. Or if we look at that, yeah, I know I keep moving it back, but look at this momentum, right? Where this area right here is where we have another battle, right? So technically, we could retrace to 786. Wait a minute, that is that 786? Make sure. That's 707. I think that's 786. Well, what we're seeing right now is lots of selling pressure. So now buyers did not get rewarded, sellers did not get rewarded, but lots of selling pressure. Buyers are trying to absorb it. Point of control, we're quite a ways. So can sellers get rewarded here? The Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships towards the United States, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. So crude oil futures settle at $89 a barrel, up 6%, 6.87%. Diesel futures settle at 3.54. Gasoline, May natural gas settles. All right, nothing too important. He's basically saying people are buying oil from us instead of from Iran. Interesting. So, good example. Just because you see all this aggressive selling, um, doesn't mean to hit the short button, right? Because you can see they're not being rewarded. Okay, so this is a all right. So this is crazy. It's like we're gonna get filled on this short. I think we need to get filled up here, right? I think that's what I was saying. We need to get filled up here. Let me double check all this shit. All right. Get rid of some of these zones. It's just too much. Ooh, we got some follow through right there. Okay. Um. Okay. Now it's time to make a decision because it's getting heavy. Um. Lots of action. Sellers are stepping in. So what I'm going to kind of look for here is for price to reject and retest here and come back up before pushing down. I think we'll get one last effort from buyers. Could be here, right? Somewhere in here. This looks like a head and shoulders pattern though. So we got the head and the shoulders, right? So it's kind of a bearish pattern. I think we go for it. I like it. We're going to take a nice quick short down to this level. Okay. and then we'll reevaluate and try to catch it twice. These dojis, and I like this. So sellers are starting to be rewarded. All right, so these sellers right here being rewarded. So we get our first little scalp here. I do think we come back up and retest up here, or I'd like to get into another short. Maybe let's find our entry. So here's the range. Expect us to come back into the range. Put in a high, put in a low, put in a high, put in another low. So we have this swing right here that I expect us to come back into and retest 50%. And the take profit would be here. And the stop loss will be here. So this is looking at the previous swing range. You can't really, the way I have this set up, you can't see it as well. So, but what you can see is we made a high, then we made a low. Put in a high, put in a low, right? But we could treat this as one range, this high to this low. Right? Then we put in a high, then we came all the way down, put in a low, put in a high, swept the low. So I don't know, you could use that too, maybe. I'm going to use this range that I specified already. And let's just see from here to here. So that's a 50% retracement of the previous range, right? There's also a gap here, right? And inefficiency where price just moved down quick. As expected, buyers did step back in at this level, right? We expected that. We said price is going to come back up, and it's starting to make its way up. And then we're looking for that to happen as opposed to, but we're only taking on 30. It's a 1-to-1, right? We're trying to take price down to this low, all right? And if it retraces up to the top of this previous swing high, we are out. We're starting to see some structure build. That's on a 1 minute. Let's look at our 40 range and see if it looks similar. Okay, so our 40 range. We have some different values here. I think it's 150. So yeah, 150. So lots of selling pressure. So we got filled. and it's moving against us. And we're taking on $33 of risk. So if it breaks the high, we're still going to try to take that short from up higher. But when we look at buyers are actually getting results here, but we do have sellers that should protect price from pushing any higher. And if not, we're out, right? If it breaks that level, we're out. It's a nice small scalp. So we got this Dorito forming. Okay. Anything could happen, man. So just let it play out. So I got like 15 minutes. I'll still let this play out, and I'm probably going to keep the stream running, although I'm not going to be here for an hour. So that's going to take us to 2 p.m. Maybe we'll just see how this trade plays out and then call it a day. Just to recap, and eval number one, we're up 232. That's the current account we're trading. We're about less than 500 away from passing this eval to 51,062. And one of our paid accounts. So 50,376 in another one of our paid accounts, and 296,000 from 300 with a couple $1,000s of drawdown left with a profit of 247. So regardless of how the trade works out, looks like we got stopped out. That's what happened. So we did get stopped out, which is fine. We have our next level ready. But the fact that all these buyers are getting rewarded and all of these sellers are not, it's kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. So all of these sellers are not getting rewarded. I mean, these sellers got rewarded momentarily, but I mean, are they still here? All right, we tapped into this other line that of interest, this level of interest, which is a valley. So it's a low volume node, but I would say that we're going to come back here to retest. And technically, the middle the initial balance is right there, right at my entry. I like that. We're back inside the initial balance. We're retracing a little bit deeper. That. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Saying our entry is going to be up here. I don't know about that. That's at the middle. That's at the 50%. Okay. I like it, actually. And then we can just take that in for the rest of the day and let it play out. Risking 100. Bringing it back down to like it. Question is, how far do we pull back? Okay, so we're still breaking structure to the upside. So I think a lot of people are getting wrecked because I'm guessing because they're trying to fade the rotation back up to the value area high. But it wants to go there and it wants to retest it. So that's where we're going. Let's see if any big dogs step in up here. So pretty clear. Buyers stepped in. Aggressive sellers got absorbed. Or some profit taking. Aggressive sellers step in, price goes up, but they get absorbed again, and price continues to climb higher. So there's absorption as well as a buying aggression. So there are still buyers. So now we're working back up. This is our 7, I think this is our 7.7 level. No, what is that of the whole range? Did we just do this on the whole range? Is that what we did? Yeah. So on the whole range, we're almost to 70%. Kind of think that's where we get in. All right, that's where we take our shot. 70%. Right at the value area high. That's where we're getting in. And we're out right there, 86. Look at that. Look at that move back up. Insane. It doesn't have to come back, right? It could continue to go towards all-time highs, but this still gives us we have $100 in profit still if we're wrong. We have, fuck, what was I saying earlier? It's on the other chart, but we have selling pressure here. Let's change views. Fuck, man. I got like 5 minutes and I gotta go. 40 range. 1 minute. So we have the trade set. All right. Well, my client is here. I have to go train. So put a text up here. So we may not get filled. I guess we can't make it bigger. All right. So buyers got absorbed right there at the value area high.
We may have missed the entry, but we're going to stick to it, right? We're going to wait. So we may not get filled. All right, so that's crazy. I got filled. What the fuck? It's 2 p.m. I got filled right at market close. Isn't that crazy? That's insane. I got filled. Hmm. Afternoon special. What timing? In what location? Top ticked it. I top ticked it. How about that? I mean, how do you even do that? Hey, what's up, Eric? Um, I know about him, but I haven't fucked with him yet. There's so much, man. So much to so much to consider. So I don't know if you've been following any of the videos or any of the shit that I put out, but it's nothing special. Essentially using a combination of fib fibs for confluence. I'm using volume profile to look for breakouts and reversion to the back to this middle. I'm using VWAP just as another reference point of control for the session. For point of reference on the higher time frame, I look at daily profiles on a longer 3-month composite profile. I'm expecting us to retrace deeper over the week unless we get good news, and then we continue to move up. So I look at that more for my general bias as to what I think is going to happen. And I also look at COT report, net positions of commercial, non-commercial uh, entities, along with non-reporting entities. It's a little lagging though, but this one's interesting because it shows commercial are reporting entering long positions, and large speculators and non-commercial are fucking short. And this was as of last Tuesday, so essentially This report doesn't come out till Friday. All these shorts got squeezed. All these speculators got squeezed. And I don't know if it's over yet. It's still to be determined. And I kind of put together a backdrop for like what's going on with key areas, what I'm looking for, some different scenarios, things like that, along with what's going on in Iran, escalation, de escalation, or neither. Earnings season, which has been pretty strong, and then again, this COT. So it's kind of what I go with. Oh, what this shit is. Oh, I know what it is. Oh, shit. All right. So I guess things are correlated. So you're saying NDX gamma level 4. I'm sure I'll get into gamma levels at some point, but right now I'm just trying to like still learn, right? How to just, my biggest thing is not understanding or reading market structure or order flow. My biggest thing is being patient. So this was a really good trade for me, even though like whatever happens, I don't give a shit because it's a small trade, right? But just for, I mean, sure, I want to be right, but I had these levels like indicated, and you can just see like from yesterday or today's session, these are big aggregated trades right here. These are where buyers, like a couple big buyers, kept reloading aggressively here, right? And then we saw more recently sellers stepped in there aggressively and like ripped price down, right? And then we kind of kept going down, right, all the way. Broke the initial balance low and kept going lower. And so I really look at these aggressive trade areas, and then what I try to do is match up. I'll show you. I don't think I have it on here. I'll bring up delta total volume. You can kind of see like this level right here. It's the value area high, but there you can also see that there was a lot of selling pressure here. Like tons of aggressive selling pressure. It's also at a high volume node that looks like it could be protected again. It's also at the value area high. It's, you know, where sellers might step back in. Then you have correlation. I mean, we could have went a little bit higher. We did, right? You noticed it was up here, right? I think I was even a little bit more. um, that's where some sellers started to step in, right, and push price back down. So these all correlate with these big trade bubbles. That's why it happened, because these big dogs stepped in. So it would make sense to me that that level is going to get protected again. So that's kind of how I look at it. And then I use the fibs to kind of gauge how far I think the move is going to go. It's usually the 50 or the 70. In this case, it probably goes to the 50, because a lot of the 70's already been mitigated down here. This area down here has already been kind of mitigated. So, I mean, right here, somewhere here is where I think it's gonna kind of settle. I'm gonna move this to break even. No need to take a loss. Looks like we have some protection here. Oh, dude, I use range charts too, man. So this is a 1 minute. I have a 40 range up right here, as a matter of fact. Let me pull it up. Oh, that is 40 range right here. So you can see another thing I have that's kind of interesting. That's why I like Deepcharts. I'm not like an affiliate of anything, but you can see I have my candles set to be volume based widths. So wider ones show me like the volume. So if I remove it, they all look the same, right? Um, so that gives me the volume without clouding it up, and then the color on delta. So basically, the more strong the delta on that side is, the deeper the color, and the wider it is, the more volume. So I really like that on the, especially on the 40 range. So that's pretty cool. I draw channels. I use everything, man. Whatever. I'm just, and you can see this channel, right? We're still below it. We'll see. We'll see how far back we go. Do we go all the way back down to the point of control? That's kind of where I have my take profit. Anyways, I use everything, man. I love range charts though. Like we broke out of this Dorito, right, to the upside, then retested it, then broke back down. So now we have a new trend line there. What looks like, maybe it's a pullback and we're going to continue up higher. I don't know. Anyways, it's fun, man. I love trading, and I'm finally at a point where I feel like I'm not just guessing anymore. I'm having confidence in decisions because I can see a lot of data and I can act on it. So it's kind of fun now, a lot more so. But this biggest thing is patience. Number one, patience is the thing. Like waiting for that entry. That was an example. I really obviously just wanted to get in, right? But I'm getting in too early every single time. It's like they say. I can understand why stop loss is a better entry. I mean, I don't like the saying just to say, okay, I'm going to put it where I put my stop loss, but it is good, solid thinking because I'm kept moving that up. And I was like, what's the worst case scenario? 78.6. It's like 78.6 on the, that was the other thing I was going to show you. It's pretty cool. Um, I guess it's cool. I don't know. So you got 786 from the IVB high to the take it all the way to the low. Daily high to the low. And then we'll modify that so I can see some more. Busy, but so that's the 707. 786 is up here. All right, let's get rid of a bunch of this shit. So on Nasdaq, I use a 20 range generally at night. I mean, it depends. Like on high volatility nights, I'll move it up. But do I have Discord? Not. I have Discord, but yeah, I don't really do much on Discord, man. But I have it. Yeah. We got to put on ETH. I can't see the action. It's pretty funny. So yeah, I'm fine with getting stopped out here. Um, because if it continues up, like I said, it's gonna go up to that area that I mean, shit. Like, there's still a lot of selling pressure right here. So 224. If it wasn't the end of the day, I would, and we had more time, I would probably put my stop up here. But with the decreased volatility being end of day, we're gonna just get out. At least with enough money for a hamburger. Yeah, my Discord name is the same as my YouTube name. You see it, the dot whiz dot one. It's the same. That's my Discord, and that's just my personal Discord address. So 40 range. So like right now with the lower volatility, I would probably switch to like I don't know 21 range. I'll show you another really cool chart in a minute here. You can just see it's just starting to consolidate right on that 20 range. So I'm constantly changing time frames and visuals. But you know, this 21 range is going to probably look a lot like maybe the 1 minute. I mean, they look the same if you get the time frame right. To be honest, it's kind of weird. So 21 range. So we have dot that. Okay. Let's try 5 minute. No, that doesn't look the same. Nope. It's crazy. You can't see the ranging as much. About like 3 minute. It's retraced 70%. Come back to 30. Continue down to the POC. To the 50. Oh, fuck it. Why not? Let's keep it in. Let's keep it. Seems plausible. Seems plausible. Only thing I don't like is that we have this upward momentum, and I don't know. Bebop is still sloping upward. Everything's still kind of sloping upward. we're above. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. I don't really see it going up any higher. I I do the 24, 40, 60, 120 to see where the market structure is at. Okay, so the EMAs are you talking about? Yeah, I don't use EMAs. This one is from a algorithm that kind of calculates. I don't know exactly how I know what it does, but I don't know how they make it do what they do or what the variables are to make that happen. But it's called the deep M effort, and you can see what it's basically showing is how much effort who's in control and how much effort was used to move price in the direction of control. So that's basically what it is. But it's kind of like a moving average. You can kind of see when it drops below it, kind of taps off of it, comes back over, wicks through it. But it's an average, right? It's definitely like more of a moving average type thing. Um, but I don't know what the numbers are on that. And I think it's protected. I don't think, yeah, there's no variables I can change, and it doesn't really show you because I think it's kind of hidden and proprietary. And this one is made, the truth be told, I'm on the wrong chart. This has to be a 40 range chart because that's what it was designed for. So it really only works during New York. Oh shit, look, look at that shit right there. We missed our TP by a couple ticks. I think we still get there. There we go. So bingo, we hit our target. That was a good trade. Oh, okay, range charts. I got you. Yeah, 24 for overnight session, 40 for standard, like NQ, New York. I've never used the 60 and the 120. I have this other template that I use sometimes. I'll show it to you. It's kind of interesting. Where is my local? Um, it's an 89 range. It's crazy looking, man. It's absolutely nuts. So it's got multiple volume profiles, multiple delta profiles. It prints some zones, absorption, exhaustion, big trades. Fuck, dude, this thing is like initial balance levels. Dude, it has so much shit on it. I love this one. I love this template. It's like this is like when you really want to just information overload. But look for these different profiles to line up along with levels in big trades in these resistance zones, and then I just kind of take that shit. I just look for like, yeah, that's probably where I would do it. Nah, I wish. I'm starting to feel like I have confidence just to let my trades go. Like I took some L's today, but more wins than losses, so I had a good day. So what do you usually trade? You use range charts? Do you trade Nasdaq? Do you trade oil? Do you trade silver, gold?
Go back to that 40 range. This one's just, that's too much data to look at right now. There isn't a pressure. So there's some pressure right here. What a stop, right? Look at that. Tap right into the 50% and leave their area and continue higher. That was a pretty good call, no doubt. I think I just said that, right? Look at the aggressive buying here. So what happened? I'm staying out, but I don't trade top set, by the way. These are all blown. I blew all of them. I was part of the VIP program and I just traded like shit because I knew I had free resets. Just a really bad way to trade, but I use it just for the data feed right now. I want to see if some news just came out. New Apple CEO. Oh, Amazon news, Apple. That's okay. That's what happened. We had some news. Anthropic to spend 100 billion in Amazon Web Services technologies. Holy shit! And they're both popping news articles. So all right, so it's a sell. Look at that. Look at that shit. It is rolling right now, man. Okay, let's see. There's gonna be an opportunity here. That's crazy. Okay, Nasdaq, awesome. Yeah, so if you hit me up with your name on that Discord, yeah, we can share ideas and shit, man. I'm just trying to get better, man. I ain't trying to be an influencer. I just like to have everything recorded, everything that I do, so I can come back. I think it's nice when it's raw. I don't really care about, you know, creating like cut and prime videos with my face, with my finger pointing at something, in the thumbnail. I just want to trade. So I just focus on trading, man. I just turn it on and I start talking to myself, bro, out loud. All right, I got that. Yeah, order flow is cool, but I also just like reading pure market structure on like the 1 minute. I think I read it the best just using the 1 minute and then adding things like volume profile and the positive negative delta and the big trade bubbles. That's pretty much enough. Like, but I do like range charts, man. I like me some range charts. I even do some like
range charts with reversal bars where it'll start a new candle after a reversal of whatever number of ticks. That's right. Everybody's sleeping. It's hard to talk. People are like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. Shut up. I do a lot of sessions like not live. There's a really good replayer in Deepcharts, and I'll just replay a session and kind of put all the levels together and then just see how things play out. I wouldn't say I have one setup. I just have a setup when I like how things are looking and I think there's like a reason to get in. Right? And like you don't really you have an idea, but I don't really want to wait too much for confirmation. I try to let the bubbles and then the profiles and yeah, order flow shit. I even use TPO charts sometimes. Like I really like how the TPO charts look on Deepcharts. I'll put one up. They're pretty. Obviously, you go in and got all that detail. Insane, insane granularity. But I'm usually like, I can look at this and that's all I need. Right, this right here. Lots of settings. It's interesting. It's based on volume. That's based on time. Color mode. It's just color mode. All right. So there's a lot of options, but I can see everything I need to see like in these big profile charts. Like I love profile charts. Like this is really like a game changer. Um I don't think they have footprint charts on Deepcharts available yet. I signed up for the like early waiting list, but I've used Bookmap and all that shit. I just don't like Bookmap. I think it's kind of clunky and not visually you're not able to set it up visually the way and then like their mark MBO data to get all the iceberg stuff. It's pretty expensive, I think, at the end of the day, but I don't think it's necessary. Like this is all level 1 data and as long as I can aggregate things like big trades and then have tick based data instead of shit like, time based data like Project X and, you can't really get order flow data on Project X. You can't trade that way. You'd have to execute on Project X, but do everything on another platform, I think. The TPO charts are cool, but I prefer what I showed earlier, the volume profile charts right here with the where we're at on the bigger profile and then the individual profiles. And you can see I have this area marked. This is the last shelf. May be a while before we get here, but I'm going to start looking for that move back down. Maybe we just retrace back to 26,000 before taking another leg up too, right? We don't know. But we haven't had a down move like this for several days. So I expect us to, unless we get some news and we go like that, I expect us to come back and test here, maybe retest the high. We're going down. I don't know. It's hard to know really right now. Oh, yeah, I do actually. I thought you meant heat map. I'm sorry. You said footprint. I was looking at like the limit orders, resting limit orders, things like that. I was thinking heat map. I don't know why. I do. So I have actually. Let me close this one out. That was news, Amazon and like tech news. Like this is where you take it. Yeah, kind of feel like yeah, let's go. Just short, hit the short button. That's what I want to do right now. But let me show you these instead. I think you'll dig these. So, do you use Deepcharts? I'm just curious because if you use it, you already know about all this shit. I don't need to waste my time trying to explain something you already know. What I will do though is show you the template I like. And it's not there. So this is an ES order flow chart. That I use sometimes. It's one of my alter egos. Oh, all right, sweet. Yeah, I use this one. So you know what this is then. I use this shit. This is like a composite delta profile or daily delta profile. So I don't have to have it on the chart, just a little cleaner. Then I have the percentage. It's kind of like the Andrea template, but I add some other components to it. So I got that one. Oh, but honestly, like this other chart that I've been using is actually this one right here. I'm zoomed out, right? Because I have all this big data here, so I don't really need to zoom in. And I have all this. Oh, that's fucking busy. How do I? I'm just gonna get rid of it all. Holy shit! All right, it's because you zoom in. So you see these are also. Let's go 54 range. This one. This is the one I'm using. I use this one the most actually. Like I use this one along with the range chart, but I usually don't do this as 54 range. I'll do it like 1 minute. Right. So this is my 1 minute view. So I have the daily profile, delta, and then some of the volume and delta difference down here. Well, that's awesome that you use Deepcharts. I think it's cool. It's been my favorite. I've tried everything. I've used Quantower, Atos, which I actually like. Um, Used Trading Light, Trading View. I'd already said Quantower, Atos, man, Ninja Trader, No Way Tradeovate, all that shit. Project X, eh. Um, there's a few buggy things with it that drive me crazy, but I can live past it because I have far more better times with it than I do bugs. So I'm a big fan of it. So yeah, I just don't really zoom in unless I need to, right? Like I feel like a lot of the data I could get right here, then just to confirm it, you know, it's a lot. I'm using one hand right now. I'm kind of chilling. You can kind of see the area and then pick the most viable piece of data that you need. But I love it. So it's got the volume, and this is, you know what one this is actually, since you have it. I don't know if you have the full version, but if you go to shared in full under Fabio and Q, it's a version of this order track scalp. I just modified it a little bit for my needs, but it's essentially this order track scalp under shared Fabio. And those deep charts or deep team, all these 89 scalp, and there's the 54 reversal bar. I've tried all these. I like them all. Like I can trade with all of them, man. Honestly, you can throw any of those on the screen and I can like trade off of them. So I don't really think it matters that much. It's just whatever. There's just so many options visually that, and it's really easy to modify everything. I mean, documentation's pretty much shit, but it's one of the best platforms I've used so far for trading. Like, I have no doubt. Um, Super happy with it. I don't even pay for TradingView anymore, and I actually like TradingView. It just doesn't. It's not good for trading on. It's really good for just charting. This has some buggy shit with orders too sometimes though. So let's see how the day finished. $280 on our eval. 100 on this performance account. 100 and 247 on our 300K. It's not a bad day. I'm happy. Get rid of that. I think we're about done. Oh, bad fills in TradingView. Yeah, totally. I don't know. It just felt laggy. Like the it just wasn't smooth. It felt like the price was moving sporadically and yeah, kind of janky. Yeah, trying to make something more optimal, it's kind of fun, right? I think the whole process, I think that that's another thing I like about deep charts. There's just so much you can do. I mean, there's not one way. I like all of them. I like to look at it all the ways, man. So it doesn't matter. You can give me a range chart, you can give me a minute chart, you can give me reversal bars, you can give me a footprint chart, you can give me just bubbles. I think I can kind of trade off that. That's what I was saying right earlier. I was saying we got this uptrend here. All right, and then we had this happen right here. I was like, oh, that doesn't look good. We had a fake out and then broke back through it on news. Let's see where they stepped in. Wow, I think they didn't. I think the order books just cleared out for the news, or that's weird. It just moved on very low volume. Let's see what that is. I don't even see any big trade bubbles anywhere. We got a little bit of a bump here. Kind of like a little volume shelf right here. We have previous turns into support, breaks through, turns into resistance. Right at the POC. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. Maybe that's where we finish up. We got 5 minutes. Let's see what happens. And I think I'm going to take a nap. Look at all that selling pressure up here. Yeah, I don't think it's getting through there. Look at that 8,000 for this 1 minute candle. News. Look at that. All the way up, coming all the way back down. So you should just hit the sell button when you see that shit. Probably likely not to move much in the next 3 minutes. I'm gonna go take an hour nap, then come back for the 4 p.m. 6 p.m. open. So yo, Eric, thanks for stopping by, man. I usually don't even have the chat up, so I'm glad I saw your message. Happy trading, bro. And yeah, I'll try to catch you up on Discord. And yeah, since you use Deepcharts, I think that's pretty cool. It's nice to have somebody else. Maybe you come across some things that might be useful, and vice versa. All right, boss. Peace.